call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on December 2nd, 2021. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience are free to join me in standing as Nicole Binkley of MetroCrest Services provides a message, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which I will lead tonight, and the Pledge to the Texas flag, which will be led by Sally Derrick.
Good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. In honor of Hanukkah, I'd like to give two sayings this evening. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking our blessing to bless our school administrators. Thank you that they have answered the call to our teachers and schools so that our children might learn in a safe and nurturing environment conducive to academic and personal success. Bless our school administrators with wisdom, integrity, humility, patience, and the physical and mental energy equal to their tasks. Bless them with open minds to teach our next generation how compassion and caring can bring us together. Accept our prayer today as an expression of our gratefulness to you and to them for their dedication in making our schools a central and vital part of our community. And in honor of Hanukkah, I'll be giving a prayer usually given on the sixth night, but speaks to the mission of both MetroCrest and Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD. Blessed are you who makes us holy through the performance of mitzvot and inspires us to light the candle of righteousness. As we light this Ner Shel Tzedakah tonight, we pray that its light will shine into the dark corners of our world, bringing relief to those suffering from the indignity and pain that accompany poverty. May our act of giving inspire others to join with us in the fight against the scourge of hunger, homelessness, need, and want. Together, let us raise our voices to cry out for justice, and may that call burst through the silence night and declare that change must come.
Thank you, Ms. Binkley, and welcome to all tonight. It's so nice to see a full house of folks here tonight. We have a lot to celebrate on this beautiful early December evening here in Texas. So as a district, we dedicate all our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all of our deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in a closed session as stipulated in the Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Tara Urbachik, Sally Derrick, Randy Shackman, Guillermo Ramos, Cassandra Hatfield, and myself, Les Black. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I would like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to speak either as an individual or as a representative of a group may do so during agenda item number 4, Audience for Guests. Please submit your request to do so on one of the forms provided on the table just outside the boardroom door. You may place the completed form in the box provided on the same table or present your completed form to our administrative assistant, Kim Castagnon. When the board addresses agenda item 4, Audience for Guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. At this time, we will proceed to item number 2 and swear in a new member of the Board of Trustees. The board held special called meetings on November 11th and 16th to interview candidates. Upon completion of the interviews on November 16th, the board appointed Carolyn Benavides to fill our vacancy. The Honorable Ron Marchant is present tonight to administer the oath of office. Mr. Marchant, will you please come to the front of the room? And Ms. Benavides. welcome to the team of 8. We're glad to have you, and thanks to your family and friends for coming out and supporting you tonight. It's nice to have a celebration happening in the boardroom tonight, so welcome. All right, let's move to agenda item number 3, which is special presentations and recognitions. Item 3A are the teachers of the 9 weeks, and 3B will be district announcements. So I will turn it over to Dawn Parnell for both of these items.
Good evening, Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, and members of the board. Tonight we are pleased to honor and congratulate our teachers of the 9 weeks, and I ask that you please join me in watching this brief video about these outstanding teachers.
Chelsea Smith, Blair Elementary. Shannon Richards, Blanton Elementary. Alejandra Lewis, Carrollton Elementary. Stephanie Vodopivic, Central Elementary. Caitlin Goodspeed, Country Place Elementary. Olga Balin, Davis Elementary. Leanne Newman, Farmers Branch Elementary. Ellie Brown, Freeman Elementary. Kelsey Allen, Furneaux Elementary. Betsy Gold, Good Elementary. Hope Olson, Kent Elementary. Maricel Reynolds, Landry Elementary. Stephanie Ruiz, La Villita Elementary. And Patricia Lee, Las Colinas Elementary. Congratulations to our teachers of the 9 weeks.
Tonight we have several announcements and a couple of presentations as well. First, we want to encourage everyone to look at the beautiful artwork in the front. This is graphite on paper and was created by our 4th graders at Landry Elementary School. So thank you to these students for sharing their wonderful talent with us. Also, we wanted to inform you that we have a ribbon cutting at Vivian Field Middle School. It's scheduled for next Thursday. It's December 9th at 5 p.m. and the public is invited to attend for the celebration. First, for presentations tonight, we want to tell you about a special birthday that we have, and that's for MetroCrest Services. Tonight, we want to recognize this milestone in history for this organization, and MetroCrest is truly one of our most supportive partners and one of our best partners with CFB. And they are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. So with us tonight and representing MetroCrest Services are Tracy Eubanks, he's the CEO, Nicole Binkley, COO, and Jennifer LaJoy, Director of Housing, and we may also have some board members here. And I'm going to ask y'all to join us up front. We have a special proclamation that we would like to read on behalf of this special occasion. Whereas MetroCrest Services provides individual families and seniors with programs that lead to self-sufficiency and that foster independence, whereas MetroCrest Services is the only agency providing a comprehensive approach to social services in the MetroCrest area, addressing gaps in finances, employment, and nutrition to help end poverty and decrease inequities. Whereas MetroCrest Services is celebrating 50 years of unwavering support to the most vulnerable in our community, serving clients over the past half-century and students of Carrollton-Farmers branch ISD in the past year. Whereas MetroCrest Services connects our community in a network of support, enabling our businesses and our residents alike to help our families and students. Therefore, be it resolved that Carrollton-Farmers branch ISD urges its students and their families to support MetroCrest Services, and be it further resolved that this Board of Trustees is committed to the continued support of MetroCrest Services. We encourage all of our students and families to support the role of MetroCrest Services and to celebrate the organization's many contributions in this, its 50th anniversary year. So happy birthday. Next, we are also honored to recognize a very special family who has been an important part of CFB ISD for many years, and that's Candy and Mel Breckus, who are also Giving House Platinum donors. The Breckus family has a rich history with CFB ISD. Their two children, Tom and Casey, were CFB graduates. In fact, Tom found his musical gift through CFB Fine Arts and continued his career in the arts, today as the senior production and pops concert manager for the Dallas Symphony Orchestra. Daughter Casey led her R.L. Turner classmates to support the Special Olympic athletes by raising funds and by hosting a 5K run known now as Casey's Run. Following Casey's tragic death during her freshman year at the University of Texas, Casey's family continued her legacy of service by contributing to the Special Olympics in her name. Casey's legacy of service, of passion for special education today still lives on. Each spring, the Casey's Run event continues to pour funds into CFB Special Olympic athletes, led by students throughout this district. The Breckus family continues to support the initiative and passion in honor of their daughter, Casey. In 2020, the Breckus family, in loving memory of Casey and Terry Frederick, gave more than $64,000 to Casey's Run. Although the event wasn't held due to COVID, their contributions and the funds raised that year were donated to the CFB Special Olympic athletes to purchase an equipment vehicle. The following year, in 2021, the Breckus family shared their thoughts regarding their heartfelt donation to the CFB Giving House. When it became apparent that Casey's Run 2021 could not be held for obvious reasons, we reached out to the Casey's Run chairs and coordinators for recommendations as to how best to help in other ways. The CFB Giving House was suggested to us as a possibility after learning more about the Giving House and its mission. Our family completely and wholeheartedly agreed and wanted to contribute a portion of what we would normally donate for Casey's Run. Please join me at this time as we recognize Candy and Mel Breckus and their family for this wonderful contribution to the Giving House and for their years of contributions to CFB. Finally, tonight, for announcements, we would like to recognize the Together We Rise Award. This award is presented to an employee who has demonstrated excellent customer service. The award is sponsored by our community partner, Chick-fil-A at Trinity Mills. Tonight, we are presenting this to Patrice Brenner. She's a personnel clerk for student nutrition, and her supervisor is Kristen Hess. And Ms. Hess had the following to say about her. Patrice has been serving the student nutrition personnel clerk for 8 years. She is the strongest advocate we have for our 200-plus employees. She goes above and beyond to advocate for each of them. She always treats others with the most compassion and respect. One great example of her customer service is that the department requires employees to take a recipe test in English. She has noticed that many of the employees were failing the test and struggling with translating the words. To assist, she made a translation sheet with the challenging words in English and Spanish and gave a copy to employees who failed the test so they could study and retest. Since the creation of her translation sheet, our pass rate has significantly increased. This is just one small example of her willingness to assist with great customer service. So Patrice, tonight we honor you and congratulate you for excellent customer service. If you'll please come forward. And she has some big fans over here. We want to recognize them too. Yeah. Congratulations to all our recipients tonight, and that concludes our announcements.
Well, that was exciting, and thank you, Ms. Parnell, for sharing those celebrations with us, and thanks to the Breckus family for everything they've done over the years, and looking forward to Casey's Run happening this spring, and hopefully participating in it. And thanks to MetroCrest for being such a wonderful partner, and all the work you do in the community to make a difference for people. Let's move to agenda item 3C, which is Educational Foundation presentation. So I'm going to turn the meeting over at this time to our Executive Director of the Educational Foundation, Ms. Donna Wall.
Good evening, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Black, and esteemed school board members. In this season of giving, it would be remiss not to come before you to offer a gift from the CFB Educational Foundation to the district. Earlier in the year, the Educational Foundation committed to a new project, a project that would reward and inspire creativity and innovation in our classrooms, on our campuses, and throughout departments and programs in the district. This initiative, the Innovative Granting Program, was launched in August with a new focus on fundraising and with complete collaboration with our partners at the school district. This is an initiative that is only getting started, but has already become our primary funding objective. The Innovative Granting Program is open to all CFB employees. Tonight, on behalf of the Educational Foundation, we would like to present a check for $30,757 to fund innovative projects for over 20 classrooms, campuses, and departments throughout the district. We are grateful and we are humbled to serve you, and we thank you for entrusting us with your continued support. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask all the directors who lead the CFB Educational Foundation and our school board members to please step forward as we present you with this gift and commemorate this time to take a photo.
I told you we had a lot of things to celebrate tonight, and we're not through. We have a report from our PTA. This next item is item 3D on our agenda. It's an update from PTA, and I believe we have Ms. Bonnie Petraza here tonight to speak to us.
Good evening. Thank you for having me
today. I am Bonnie Petraza, and I am the Advocacy Chair for Council PTA. I'm pleased to report that several of our PTAs have exceeded their membership from last year already. I'd like to give a huge shout out to Rainwater, Freeman, Blair, Blaylock, Central, Country Place, Davis, Perry, Kent, Farmers Branch, Furneaux, Good, Stark, Thompson, Blanton, Las Colinas, McCoy, Smith, Turner, Ranchview, River Chase, Rosemead, Sheffield, Polk, and Landry PTAs. It's a long list. And, you know, this is a huge accomplishment given another uncertain year where we're struggling to get face time with our parents. The champion members have also strengthened our numbers tremendously by adding over 279 memberships to our PTAs. If you're not a champion member yet, you can become one by going to the PTA tab on the CFB ISD website. Thank you to our most recent champions, Lance Hamlin, Scott Monroe, and Cassandra Hatfield. You are making a difference. Currently, we are gathering new unwrapped toys for MetroCrest services at all of our schools. Council PTA will come pick them up. Just let us know when by contacting our MetroCrest liaison, Stacy Homan, at metrocrestliaison@cfbpta.org. Finally, we are gearing up to do the PTA Reflections Contest. The theme this year is I Will Change the World By. The top 20% of entries in each category from each campus will be moving to council for judging next week on December 8th and 9th. The Reflections Award Ceremony and Delegate Meeting is Wednesday, January 12th at 6:30 p.m. in Building C at the ESDC. We hope that you will all join us in celebrating our many amazing artists from across the district. CFB Council PTA would like to wish all of you a very happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Petraza. As I always like to say, we couldn't do school without the PTA, so thank you for everything you do, and it's an amazingly long list of schools who have upped their membership, so that's wonderful. Great news. All right, we will move on to agenda item number 4 tonight, which is our audience for guests. Ms. Castagnon, are there any in-person requests for this item? None tonight, so we'll skip agenda item 4 and move to agenda item 5, which are our non-action items for discussion. Item 5A is a construction update, so I believe Mr. Mulrooney, this is you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, members of the board. It's my privilege to give a construction update this evening. It is certainly a busy time for construction and a lot of changes. We've been able to kind of regroup from all the construction this summer and have a look at lessons learned and things like that. And I'll tell you, the climate's certainly changing. All the magic tricks we used to be able to pull out of our hats, they're just not there. You can't get materials, folks won't work, labor, all those headaches. So you'll see that we're starting to adjust to take a more cautious approach to our business, have a more steady pace and kind of stretching our opportunities to say we're not going to try and rush things into the finish line. We're going to slow down a little bit, go more steady pace. So you'll see that kind of strategy start to come over, and as we go into the summer, we'll keep everyone posted. When we can get materials and we'll deliver, we'll certainly deliver projects, but those last minute rushes are off the cards at this point, just because we can't get those materials. So diving in, we've had a lot of progress. Athletic fields, remember the second phase there was the Turner softball baseball and Kelly Field softball baseball at $11.2 million. We're about 71% through spending. Remember, that's that money out the door, so that runs a little in the rear. We're actually further along, as you'll see from the pictures. Over here we have what we looked at in October and what we're seeing here in November. So those guys move fast. Once that ground is solid and they've done all that prep work, that foundation's laid, they get moving. So you'll see them going with that. In fact, that November picture, the bleachers are already in place. We walked it this week and it's looking great. Over on the baseball side, those fields are down, on delivery, on schedule. So remember, that was just the turf, the dugouts, and inside the field area. We know that part of our master plan and visions for our campus to continue this great work and improvements, but one step at a time. So this focus was really on the surface areas to get the kids on the field and playing, and we'll start to work on all that, the surrounding pieces as we go. Diving into our bond update with our first package of 2020 projects, McWhorter is complete, and Vivian Field has its ribbon cutting coming up next week on Thursday, so that's exciting. Turner had a wonderful ribbon cutting, and a big shout out to Adam at Turner. Those kids were amazing. That CTE work that they're doing there and the tours that they gave us were absolutely phenomenal. The magic that's happening at that campus, so big shout out to them. Note on both those campuses, we still have construction presence. We have some work going on there. We were able to do a little bit of extra scope. Those projects were bid in 2019. Life was a little happier back then. Had a little bit more magic in my sleeve. So we're still there doing some work, but we are substantially complete. So we'll do those ribbon cuttings and be moving on those into closeout. New Sheffield is well underway. That's the new elementary. And the gym, that will be that new storm sheltered rated area. So those walls are 12-inch thick concrete, storm rated, got independent power and water and all the headaches that go with it. But we are into construction with that. And on the map here, you'll see that this gym cafeteria is that area that you see in the picture. We'll move around to the admin and then around to the classroom wings later on. Right now, we are on schedule to deliver in July. But I'll tell you that we've used just every trick that we can. 10 months of delay in permitting, with the delays in May. But we have all materials on site and we're blowing and going. Steel is flying, and that's great because that means more trades can be working at this time. So I feel confident that we have a July delivery and we're holding it, but I would say that we've used up every bit of slack that we have. So we'll keep you posted. If 22 is anything to say, I'm cautious and we'll keep you posted each month as we go forward. Look at the next pack of projects, the 2021s. The elementary schools in this case are substantially complete. Those were the 7 light, La Vita, Las Colinas, and Gerd, as well as Freeman, River Chase, Blanton, and Thompson. So you won't see them in our deck today because they've made their promises made, promises kept, but we'll dive into the rest of the package. Over at Newman Smith, we're working on that construction side where that new student entry will be. We're going to put a nice white canopy so it matches the front and also gives connection to the football fields. It'll also be part of the construction CTE programming right there. It's an awesome program that Joe's team's developed, a lot of connections to our community and of course a passion for our guys since it's right in our wheelhouse. So that's going to be complete this summer. Over at Perry, making progress there as we start to open up that big section. One of the things that we heard when we visited Perry was a tapestry. A whole lot of different buildings going on, different floor levels, different finishes. They wanted a unified looking campus. And that means taking a big swath out of the middle of it and tying the whole building back together. So we've done that, dropping these new foundations underneath there in this gray area, which will be that red swoop that you see so distinctively from Beltline. Back into the building, you can see in some of the newer pieces of the building, we've been able to maintain that structure. That's the new library entrance, as well as the 6th grade wing, which was the newest construction. You can see we're actually drywalling and doing mechanical work in there. So there's sections of these areas that are starting to look finished. We're bringing the staff over and we're working with the principal there about how we're going to move into that building in August. One of the things with Perry, though, is that we had planned to remove those portables during the summer. We're going to keep those there, firstly for summer school. We know how important that closing that gap is, and we're going to accommodate that learning going on there, as well as, heaven forbid, something happen during 2022, we want to have an option. So right now we are on schedule to move in August, but like I said, I'm cautious about everything right now. So we're going to keep the portables, get everybody through summer school, get moved into the new building, remove those portables, and build back that field. So that kind of rush schedule of get the portables out, drop the new field, we're slowing that down. We're going to take cautious steps as we go through 22. Over at the multi-campus and marquees are continuing on. You'll see there's 8 marquees that are demoed and the electric's going in and the foundations are going down. The screens are purchased and we are scheduled to be complete in February with the non-Dallas schools. So McCamey, McWhorter, and Sheffield, those will come along. We are making progress with planning and zoning there. We're in hold right now. We've submitted our paperwork. They've given us a path forward. Again, cautious, and plus it's Dallas. So those will come closer to spring break, but we are on schedule for those marquees as well. Ranchview Creekview continues to have construction. Creekview is continuing on that 3rd floor as we take floor classrooms down, go in, change that HVAC system over, and move those folks come back in. And then we go back into another swing space and another swing space. We'll continue through that till the summer, and of course the summer Creekview gets shut down. We're going to get the entire middle and lower levels as we introduce that new HVAC system. So a lot of disruptive work happening at Creekview over the summer. Creekview RGT. The last package of projects, so many. 2022 projects are in design and of course coming through ahead of schedule. So Stadium Natatorium is presented this evening for a GMP. Elementary schools and middle schools will be seeing in February. Over at the stadium, of course, the focus is on the visitor side bleachers, to bring those up to those concrete stands bleachers, as well as doing some code and work on the home side as well. So most of the effort there is focused on the bleacher side. Here you can see some renderings of that. These were presented to the VOC and have been shared with the community, etc. But this will go through that project and we'll be starting construction in December. So we'll be pushing December all the way through to August to be ready for football season. It's going to be tight. We'll be able to use precast concrete, which is usually a premium option, but the cost of labor has driven us up that pour-in-place concrete is actually now more expensive than precast. And these are the challenges that we're trying to juggle. So precast gives you a better finish and a shorter on-site construction schedule, but usually has that premium. Well, the prices have come up to equal now. So I'd say yay for us in this situation. We'll take advantage of every win we can, and we'll be starting that construction in December. The 6 elementary schools in this package for construction in 2022 is Davis, Kent, McCamey, Rainwater, Stark, and Blair. These get similar type work to McWhorter, but I say similar and much smaller. Remember, as we progress through the spawn, those packages get tighter and tighter and tighter. So we're going in with the basic systems, mechanical, electrical, fire alarms, as well as technology upgrades, some mechanical, some roofing, and then a small interior renovation focused in the library. These packages are very tight, and they're going to be very light touches, but we do get to enhance those systems. We'll be bidding that right now, and then we bring that forward to the board in February and start construction as soon as spring break. Again, that cautious approach, we're not going to try and just do summer work. We're seeing what can we do before school lets out. Could we be doing nights and weekends? Can we start in spring break? Again, we get as much time going into the summer as we can. Over at the middle school packages, the Blaylock, Long, Bush, and Polk. These, again, very small packages combined. It's a good-sized project, a 27 million estimate, but again, small touches. Blaylock and Polk get new roof and HVAC, and each of them get small renovations focused in the fine arts section, as well as some collaboration STEM-type learning. Very, very small touches on the interior, a lot of systems, fire alarm, cameras, access controls, mechanical systems, those types of things, as well as 6 marquees. VLK has guided us in a process. We've met with communities and we met with the principals and we voted. We had several options and we wanted to be similar. During the process we heard in the same family as the elementary marquees, and I think they've delivered an excellent project in coordination with our principals, which is a sign that has the same brick finish as the building, some pop of that school color to build that pride, a nice large digital marquee. It's a 3 foot by 8 foot. Our elementaries are 3 foot by 6 foot, so it's a little bit bigger for that presence on the middle school. Again, I think they've done a great job. It looks in that family of the elementary, but gives that sophistication that the middle school brings with it. Right now we're in the permitting of that process. It'll be bid in February and be starting construction in the summer. This is good. And that's our day.
Thank you, Mr. Mulroney. Board members, do you have questions, comments regarding the presentation? Mr. Shackman?
Mr. Mulroney, thank you for all the excellent work that your team is getting put together. I had the opportunity to walk out onto the grass fields at Turner, and the new stadiums are looking great, and I'm anxious for our student athletes to get to perform there. And just the work that's been done at Turner was fabulous. So thank you. Please pass our thanks to all of your team.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Any other board members have questions or comments? Mr. Bacci.
I just want to acknowledge and thank you for the logos and the branding on the marquees. As everybody's aware, that's a key point for me, and I want everybody to know that that is a CFB school, so I really appreciate that that's been included on the new ones and then these.
Yes, Ms. Benavides.
I just wanted to say thank you. I graduated in '83, and I really appreciate the memorabilia that you left. The stairs, I remember running up and down those, and it's just an awesome job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Mulrooney, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. So we will move on to item 5B, which is a dyslexia report. I will turn this over to Dr. Shirley Wright, who's our Director of Dyslexia and MTSS.
Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, members of the CFB School Board, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. Sharing information about the CFB Dyslexia program is an honor and a privilege, and you do have a copy of this PowerPoint in front of you. My learning target for tonight is to provide an overview of the CFB Dyslexia program and its daily implementation. The International Dyslexia Association defines dyslexia as a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with the accurate and/or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological components of the language that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities and the provision of effective classroom instruction. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduced reading experience that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. This slide that I borrowed from Nancy Disterlick at Region 10 demonstrates that the student with dyslexia has difficulty with reading, oftentimes needing to reread or sometimes losing his or her place in the text, has difficulty with spelling because similar sounds cause confusion and sometimes they don't hear certain sounds in words. Listening because background noises are distracting or there are problems with note-taking. Writing because the student can't find the right word or ideas don't come easily. Spatial relationships by confusing left and right or simply getting lost. Memory difficulties with issues like dates, times tables, sequences, and the alphabet. And finally, motor control by having difficulty copying information or basic handwriting strokes. Reversal of letters is one of the well-known myths associated with dyslexia. However, it is not unusual to hear the typical dyslexic student say "busgetti" when he or she intended to say spaghetti. This same student might have difficulty confusing the left foot with the right foot on the dance floor or trying to complete an exercise move that involves distinguishing left and/or right. Each year, our dyslexia program has grown, and you can see the trend as you review the numbers on the slide showing the last 3 years. We have grown from 641 students during the 2019-2020 school year to 817 this school year. The numbers continue to increase because we have added training opportunities, staff awareness has increased, and the assessments being administered help to accurately pinpoint the students who exhibit the characteristics of dyslexia. Texas Education Code 38.003A requires students in first grade to be screened for dyslexia and related disorders by the end of the school year. According to the Dyslexia Handbook, Screening should be completed by January 31st, and the Texas Education Agency wants us to place students who qualify into a dyslexia program. As a result, it is imperative that we complete the screening in a timely manner in order to identify, diagnose, and serve these students. In addition, kindergarten students must be screened by the end of the school year. This means the continuation of the screening process, and these data must be reported to the Texas Education Agency during the month of June. In grade 7, students who do not demonstrate reading proficiency on the grade 6 STAR reading assessment must be screened at the beginning of the fall semester. We use iStation and measures of academic progress data to screen students who might meet criteria for dyslexia and who might have hidden their inability to read. Keep in mind that these students have strong memory skills and oftentimes mask their disabilities. Oftentimes these students can repeat almost verbatim what they hear and do very well in school as long as they can avoid reading, especially in front of others. During the month of September 2021, the State Board of Education completed its revision of the 2018 Dyslexia Handbook. One of the major changes was to move from having 2 paths for identifying students with dyslexia to having a single path by way of the full individual initial evaluation under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, which is the special education umbrella. This change to a single path is designed to improve the identification process and to ensure that we are identifying students who are truly dyslexic. To assist with program implementation, the Texas Education Agency has placed the MTA and Esperanza programs on the Amplio Learning platform in an effort to make these programs more interactive by providing animation and a digital portfolio to track student data. For 6 years, Carrollton-Farmers branch has used the multisensory teaching approach, or MTA, as the dyslexia program, and TEA is providing additional support with the Amplio Learning platform. MTA is an Orton-Gillingham multisensory program designed to assist in rewiring the brain, in developing phonics and phonemic awareness skills, and in providing strategies to improve spelling, reading fluency, and reading comprehension. Teachers facilitate the instruction with 45-minute lessons in groups of no more than 6 students. To support our current dyslexia interventionists, we formed a district review committee with regular and special education working collaboratively. Committee members review student profiles and examine quantitative and qualitative data to more accurately identify students for the MTA or Esperanza program. Esperanza is the program for our Spanish-dominant students, and it too is available on the Amplio Learning platform. Knowing the importance of reading and of students hearing fluent reading, we use our Learning Ally accounts to provide access to audiobooks as another mechanism to support our dyslexic students. To build capacity, our dyslexia interventionists begin their preparation with 5 days of training to learn how to implement MTA and Esperanza. We have begun to provide additional follow-up training during our monthly meetings with the support and expertise of Debbie Smith, who is a certified academic language therapist and a qualified instructor. Additional support is provided through Region 10, where our dyslexia interventionists learn how to administer the assessments for identifying students with dyslexia. During the Summer Institute sponsored by Region 10 and through workshops by Scottish Rite, we allow our interventionists to hear speakers who are national experts in the field of dyslexia and to adapt strategies to meet the needs of our students. As we continue to build our dyslexia program and to network with neighboring districts, our goal is to become more knowledgeable with the expertise of national experts by attending state and national conferences. Recognizing the importance of monitoring and adjusting instruction to meet the needs of students, we will provide mid-year reviews that will enhance our current screening processes. The District Review Committee will use the lessons we learned this year to improve the work going forward. Our goal is to create case studies to use for teaching purposes based on the work that we're doing this year. Working with personnel, we will improve staffing to better serve the CFB students. Reading is a life skill, and we are working diligently to help the students we serve to become skilled and proficient readers. As we rewire brains, we strive to help children to become lifelong readers, writers, and thinkers with the confidence to become independent and thoughtful learners. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Board members, do we have questions, comments? Ms. Derrick.
Dr. Wright, thank you for the information. I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
First one is, are the actual homeroom classroom teachers the ones testing those students at the kindergarten level, I think it was first grade? Is that the homeroom teacher, or is there someone coming in?
No, we actually use our iStation data, and we also use our measures of academic process data to help them, and then we get teacher input to go along with that. So it's not necessarily one teacher doing all of the work.
And it's not necessarily a dyslexic test being given. It's
right.
All students in the classroom are taking the map or are on iStation, and then that data helps to identify those students.
Right,
okay.
And those are resources that are supported by the Texas Education Agency as good indicators for dyslexia.
How many interventionists do we have in the district for dyslexia?
You would ask me that number. We have 24 elementary and approximately 20 at the secondary level.
And we have,
I could give you actual numbers if I go to my notebook.
So 817 students total identified in the district. Do we have enough staff to address it?
Yes and no. We have enough staff to work with the students that we have. However, we're having to continue to screen students, so that could mean that we will actually have more students entering the program, because the first grade students who are currently screened could qualify for dyslexia, so that means that we would have to add them to a group, and we have to keep those groups small. So it means that we have to always be very cautious as we look at the staffing and those teachers who are teaching the students.
Does the state determine how large each of those groups can be?
The program does. In other words, let's say that we're using the multisensory teaching approach, and during the training, one of the recommendations is to keep your groups no larger than 6 students in a group. And most of the dyslexia programs do the same thing with having small groups, because it's multisensory. We want students to have that hands-on opportunity and to be able to interact with the teacher. So it's important to keep the groups small.
So it sounds like it's a moving target.
It is.
Okay.
It really is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Earlier, I think you mentioned that the numbers are growing from last year. Do you anticipate that that will keep growing? Do you attribute that to any specific reason?
I think one of the reasons is that our staff members are trained to identify them more accurately, and so that means that more students will be identified. It also means that now that we have one single path toward dyslexia, our diagnosticians are doing a lot of the evaluation. So with those kinds of things happening, the numbers could increase.
Okay, so then the staffing, that's something we're going to have to stay on top of then.
Yes, and what we will do is work with campus principals and with personnel to be sure that we're meeting the needs of the campuses.
Thank you for doing that. That's a very important need that we need to meet. Thank you.
Ms. Hatfield.
Dr. Wright, thank you for the information. As you know, this is a topic that I have researched a lot and have a large passion for.
And we've chatted about it.
And so one of my questions was kind of following on what the others have asked about is on slide 6, when you talked about the single pathway for identification. Does that mean, because we approved additional special ed staff, which would include our diagnosticians, but these changes to the dyslexia handbook were after those additional staff to now follow that one pathway. So are we adequately staffed with our diagnosticians to identify these students?
That question I can't answer. I would have to check with Mrs. Wells in order to determine that. So
okay,
I would do that.
That makes sense. I think, as the others said, this is a moving target, and it is clear that our numbers have increased by 200 over the last 2 years, which tells us that this is going to be significant continuance with the extra identification. The other question I had was about fidelity of implementation. So we've talked about the additional, we have all these interventionists working with students. How do we monitor their fidelity of implementation to this research and evidence-based program?
We're spending more time on campuses, visiting with them, providing feedback after visits so that they can actually get the feedback that they need in order to grow. You heard me mention that we work with Debbie Smith, who is a CALT and a qualified instructor. So she's one of the liaison persons answering questions for the interventionists so that they can do a better job. So we're always trying to, doing, as they say, diligently working to make sure that they get the feedback that they need.
Thank you.
Any other board members have questions? Dr. Wright, I do actually have one or two questions, and it's about what Ms. Hatfield was asking about on slide 6, this single pathway. And I just want to make sure, I know there's still probably a bit of a lack of clarity statewide because this is such a recent revision about how this all plays out. But what it says is when we suspect dyslexia, we're supposed to ask for consent to do a full individual initial evaluation.
Yes.
What's our strategy? I guess my first question is, what's the strategy if parents don't want to give consent to a FIIE?
Then we give them other options, and that option is 504. And that's still an option. It's just that the first path that we must offer is the FIIE.
So that you sort of answered my next question then, which is, assume we do give FIIE, it's still a two-step process, right? Determining that there's a disability first, and then determining there's an educational need that would trigger service under special ed under the idea.
Right.
So even though we've got this single pathway, that doesn't mean that all of our dyslexic students will be served under special ed. We'll still have
that is true. We
significant
will still,
group under 504 probably?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Any other questions? Okay, Dr. Wright, thank you very much. Very informative. Thank you. We will move now to item 5C, which is a report on policy GKD local, which is a policy regarding non-school use of school facilities, and I will turn this over to Mr. Mersch.
Thank you, Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about policy. A subcommittee was convened with the specific purpose to update GK local, which was stated non-school use of school facilities. And that subcommittee consists of Ms. Herbacek, Mr. Ramos, and Mr. Shackman. We thank you for your dedication and your hard work on this committee, as with the previous committee, and I think you are really enjoying the policies. No comment? Okay. TASB Policy Service recommends that we use the model policy for this update. The committee evaluated the current policy to determine if there's anything in the current policy that needed to be included in the model policy. You have a copy in front of you. It's under the blue tab. If you please look at that. Under the first section is scope of use. And you'll see it says at least 60%. That's the highlighted area. And this is a provision that's based on current policy that's been in effect for at least 19 years and states at least 60% of the organization's membership shall consist of CFB ISD students. Unless approved by the board, organizations may be required to submit an official roster of members. So, we're going to get an update. So, under the next section, it covers nonprofit fundraising, for-profit use, campaign-related use, scheduling. And then on the next page, you'll see approval of use, and you'll see another highlighted portion. And that is an existing policy, or based on an existing policy, which states competition fields are available for non-school use for organizations of which 60% of their membership consist of CFB ISD students. And it also covers use agreement, fees for use, and required conduct. And as a reminder, this is a discussion, non-action item tonight. And one of the objectives is to let the public know and staff to know that this is being discussed. It will be brought back at the January 14th board meeting for consideration, for your consideration. But it is on our website. So you just go to our main page, hover over About Us, and then go to District Policies and select Pending Policies, and you will find this policy there for easy access. Also included is an exhibit with the fee schedule and the regulation, which provides the specific details. So is anyone on the committee like to make any comments?
When we met on this, like Mr. Marsh said, there was a review of several documents, existing examples, and then we discussed and focused on what our priority was. And I think the main points of our priorities were protecting our investment, but also making sure that the investment was available to our CFB students and stakeholders. And so, and some might not be familiar that this 60% has been there for a while, but that we just continued for that. And so I think also the policy has been reduced, a lot of information, so I think it's more efficient and easier to read. And I think it accomplishes what I think we all want to do in protecting our investment, but permitting the use for other organizations, with a focus and a priority on our kids. Did I cover it?
Are there any questions or comments? Any of the other committee members want to speak first?
I just wanted to add on to it a little bit. I think we said this is something we may have to revisit moving forward, simply because of the new facilities that we have. So this may be something we'll have to revisit fairly soon, I guess.
Right, and to that point, we don't know what the desired use of our beautiful new facilities is going to be. I mean, we just haven't had people clamoring to get in and use some of our athletic facilities, but I feel like that's going to increase for organization. And so, like Mr. Ramos said, that was a statement that evaluate that usage over the next year and a half, see what happens, and then, later board do another evaluation of the policy.
Okay. Are there questions, comments from board members for Mr. Marsh or any member of the committee? Ms. Derrick.
Mr. Marsh, just a quick question about our copy, the highlight. Is it just highlighted to bring it to our attention? It's not necessarily showing that there was a change, because y'all are saying that 60 was already in place.
So what you have before you is the TASB model policy. And so what you have in the highlighted portion is the current policy. It was based on current policy. It was taken out of the current policy to put into the model policy. Like I said earlier, this has been in existence for at least 19 years as far as our research could go back. And I do want to reemphasize that I left out a piece is, for staff and the public, it's on our website. So if they have any feedback, please let us know. And that's the whole purpose, is to give staff and the community the opportunity to provide their perspective.
Mr. Scheck.
Just adding to what they've said, serving on the committee was an opportunity for us to take a serious look at what we had been doing and where we've been, we definitely needed to consolidate policy, make it more easily accessible for people to understand and work with. I think that a major focus that we had in the subcommittee was, number one, first and foremost, we wanted our facilities to always be at maximum opportunity for our own students. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that we were maximizing the investment of our local taxpayers, because it's their dollars that built and is maintaining that. But then thirdly, we also wanted to be very much community citizens and say, look, we have some facilities, and that within certain parameters, we will allow others to come in. But again, keeping a focus on the local issues and the local opportunities here. And so that's what was there. And Ms. Derrick, that's right. Those are things, and I think those pieces that we brought in from prior policy help to strengthen those ideals within our current policy that's being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Are there any further comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mersch, for presenting that, and thanks to our committee members for all the work you've put in on this policy and all the work you are continuing to put in on it, so we appreciate it. All right, so at this time, we've been at it for a little over an hour, and my notes say that we are due for a brief recess, so why don't we take about 8 minutes and stretch and take a little break, and we'll come back at 8:12, 8 minutes from now. This meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Board of Trustees is called back to order at 8:13 p.m. We'll now proceed to our next agenda item, number 6, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with one single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes the list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Okay. Hearing none and seeing none, board members, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda? Ms. Urbacek?
I move that we approve item number 6, consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Urbacek. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Derrick. Is there any discussion? I see and hear no discussion at this point, so I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, by a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. So we will move now to items, agenda item 7, our items for discussion and or action. The next item is 7. We had no items removed, so we can skip 7A. We'll go to 7B, which is consider by official ballot resolution, excuse me, to vote on nominee to the Board of Directors for the Dallas Central Appraisal District. Information was provided to you on one nominee, Cassandra Phillips from Duncanville ISD, and we have been given one vote to cast. Before I ask if there are any motions, I will remind the board that you have a slip of paper in red here. If you wish to make a motion on item 7B, you would need to read this resolution in its entirety. Do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Ms. Urbacek?
All right. I move that we approve resolution of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District casting its vote for the 5th member of the Board of Directors of the Dallas Central Appraisal District. Whereas Dallas County eligible taxing entities have expressed and approved an option which allows for representations to the Appraisal District Board of Directors in accordance with Section 6.03 of the Texas Property Tax Code as follows. Number 1, the City of Dallas shall appoint 1 member to the board. Number 2, the Dallas Independent School District shall appoint 1 member to the board. Item number 3, the Dallas County Commissioners Court shall appoint 1 member to the board. The member appointed by the Dallas County Commissioners Court shall not be a resident of either the City of Dallas or the Dallas Independent School District. Item number 4, each of the incorporated cities and towns, except for the City of Dallas, shall have the right to nominate by an official resolution 1 candidate as the 4th member of the Board of Directors. The said cities and towns shall, from the nominations received, elect by a majority vote, with each city and town being entitled to 1 vote. the fourth member of the Board of Directors. Item number 5, each of the school districts and the Dallas County Community College District, except the Dallas Independent School District, shall have the right to nominate by an official resolution one candidate as the fifth member of the Board of Directors. The said school district shall, from the nominations received, elect by a majority vote, with each school district and the community college district being entitled to one vote, the fifth member of the Board of Directors. The votes required for the election to the Board of Directors in number 4 and 5 hereof shall be by a majority of those authorized to vote in number 4 and 5 respectively, and not by a majority of the quorum. And whereas the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District does hereby cast its vote by marking the ballot below, there's only one candidate, Cassandra Phillips. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District does hereby confirm its one vote for the election of Cassandra Phillips as the Suburban School District's representative to the Board of Directors of the Dallas Central Appraisal District.
Thank you, Ms. Herbacek, very much. We have a motion from Ms. Herbacek. Is there a second? I have a second from Mr. Shackman. Is there any discussion? With no discussion, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. All those against, raise your hand. By a vote of 7 yes and 0 no, the motion carries. All right. That brings us to item 7C, which is to consider by official ballot resolution to vote on nominee to the Board of Directors for the Denton Central Appraisal District. Information was provided to you on the 17 nominees, and in this case we were given 128 votes to cast for one or more of the candidates. So given that this is a different situation, there is, again, a resolution that would have to be read for anyone making a motion for 7C. But before I call for a motion, it might behoove us to open for discussion a little bit to see if board members have any thoughts or feelings about any of these multiple candidates and our multiple votes. So, is there any discussion? Mr. Shackman.
One of the things that we had discussed at an earlier meeting talking about this is to make an attempt to elect individuals that we felt like had a very pro position for public schools and public education, and had a real interest not just in far north Denton County, but down here in our part of the woods as well. We had talked about some different ones that had discussed candidates with us. I had a conversation with President of the Board in Louisville ISD, Tracy Miller, and he indicated that they have interviewed and know well the candidate Roy Atwood, and they highly recommend him and are casting a number of their votes for him. A second candidate was Ann Poimkal, who is also apparently someone well known as very pro-education. In that same vein, I had a conversation with Mayor Kevin Falconer of Carrollton, and Carrollton is casting all of their votes for Roy Atwood. So those were two people that I felt like I would at least share those names, because those are people that I respect, and I thought I'd share with you because I think most of us don't know many of these people well, and I know we all want somebody that cares about the southern portion of Denton County, but is especially concerned about the quality of public ed. So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Shackman. Any other comments from board members? Ms. Derrick.
I'd just like to add that Charles Stafford of Denton obviously is well known to, I think, the majority of this board, and has been a huge advocate for Texas Public Schools, and I'd like to see us maybe support him as well.
Okay. Any further comments from board members? Is there any one who would like to offer a motion at this point? Mr. Shackman.
I was trying to make sure my math added up.
This one's complicated.
Yeah. I would make a motion that we support with 43 votes Roy Atwood, 43 votes Ann Poimcall, and 42 votes for Charles Stafford. I think that's a total of 128, if my math's right.
All right, I think your math adds up, Mr. Shackman. So do you want to just, could you just for the record repeat that? 'Cause I want to make sure I have the name of the second candidate correctly.
Okay. So my motion is that I move that we, CFB ISD Board of Trustees, cast 43 votes for Roy Atwood, 43 votes for Ann Poimcall, and 42 votes for Charles Stafford, each to serve on the Denton Appraisal Board.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Is there a second? See a second from Ms. Derrick. Any further discussion at this point? All right. So all those in favor of that motion, please show by We have to read the resolution. We need to back up a little bit. Mr. Shackman, could you go back and this is your packet for 7C?
Yeah, let me go back and read. A resolution of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District casting its votes for the 5 members of the Board of Directors of the Denton Central Appraisal District. Whereas the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District assesses an ad valorem tax, and whereas the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District shares a percentage of Denton Central Appraisal District's annual budget of its property located in Denton County, and whereas Denton County eligible taxing entities have the voting entitlement under Property Tax Code Section 6.03, and whereas, based on percentage calculation of the Denton Central Appraisal District budget, the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District has been allotted 128 votes to cast for one or more candidates of the Denton Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. The votes required for election to the 5-member Board of Directors shall be by majority of those who received the largest cumulative vote totals. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District does hereby cast its 128 votes for the election of the 5 members of the Board of Directors of Denton Central Appraisal District as follows. Candidate Roy Atwood, 43 votes. Candidate Ann Poimcall, 43 votes. Candidate Charles Stafford, 42 votes.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Okay, now let me ask if now that we have a proper motion, do we have a second? Ms. Derrick has seconded, and so now I will ask again if there is any additional discussion. Okay, I will call for a vote now. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7-0, the motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Chapman, for keeping us on the straight and narrow there. Okay, so that brings us to agenda item 8, which is closed meeting is authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, or 551.084, investigation. So item 8A, pursuant to Section 551.071 Texas Government Code, consultation with District Legal Counsel regarding CFB ISD back-to-school plan to include decision regarding mask requirements. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into room 4 for deliberations. Time is now 8:27 p.m.
town hall.
We are back on record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 9:24 p.m. We're going to move to item 9A, consideration and possible action regarding mask requirements. Before I have a motion, I'm going to ask if any board members have any comments or if there's any discussion. Mr. Shackman.
Dr. Black, thanks. One of the things that our board was very concerned about as we had consultation is to constantly remember that this is a big deal and we want kids to be safe, we want families to be safe, and it is a big deal, and we will always encourage everybody to maximize safety. We also recognize that there are a lot of things that have changed since we began talking about this several months ago when COVID was on the rise. Not that it's gone, but it is significantly improved and drastically reduced in our schools and in our communities, and we are thankful for that. There's also improved reporting opportunities, there's improved vaccines for those who want it, and all of these things were taken into consideration. And there's also a lot of uncertainty still in different directions. And all of that were things that we talked about and said we just wanted to say for the public record and for everyone to know that safety and all of that for our kids and our school district is paramount for us.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Ms. Derrick.
Dr. Black, I'd like to also add, as the nurse on the board, I always like to give my opinion on this topic. When we came to the table in August to discuss this, we didn't have vaccines for children available, and so that was a very big decision item for us. And now that 5 and up are eligible for vaccines, I think that puts our students in the buildings at a much safer place than they were back in August. And so knowing that parents now have the option to vaccinate their children, plus wear masks if they choose to do so, is definitely a way to keep their children safe. And we have that extra vaccine step that we didn't have in August. So that's just an important consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Derrick. Any other board members have comments? I will ask if there is a motion. Ms. Hatfield.
So after consulting with legal counsel and in light of the ever-changing legal landscape, I move that for consistency, the district continue to make masks optional for students, staff, and visitors on district property and at district events. I further move that the board directs the superintendent to continue to monitor the available public health guidance and pending legal proceedings.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any further discussion now that we have a motion? I'll ask all in favor to show by raising their hand. All opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 in opposition, the motion carries. Thank you. Item 10 now is again a closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, and 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, and last, 551.084, investigation. So item 10A is conducting the superintendent formative evaluation. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into room 4 for deliberations. Time is now 9:28.